This one's gonna be a marathon. There are multiple half-hour video clips that I've recorded over the course of about, I'm gonna say, like 2 weeks, 2.5, something like that, all to do with my plants, my annuals, my flowers, my annuals. I am so excited. This is like this is better than Christmas for me this time of year. As soon as the buds on the trees start growing, as soon as I'm able to take out the patio furniture, as soon as those plants in the ground start sprouting, grass is getting greener, it's like my favorite time of year. So as kind of a sequel, as a little bit of a sequel to the planting a planter video from last year. I can't remember what the name of it is, but I thought I would do another long form voiceover video with lots of rambling, lots of rambling. There might even be some inaudible whispering in throughout the video. And also just like how do you describe it? That was a funny noise I made. Like, just stuff to let go on in the background. I don't know how to name what that kind of content is, but some of my favorite ASMR out there is ASMR that I can just kind of put on in the background, and I don't really need to worry about like what is happening in it, if you know what I mean. But it's just like there nonetheless. It's just there. You can listen to it, you can let it wash over you, kind of thing. That is the kind of ASMR that I quite enjoy. I mean, I enjoy a lot of different kinds of ASMR, but especially when I used poisonous, kind of, I don't know, this coleus, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, that is in one of my planters. And then I was like, it actually kind of works for the Underdark, because like the Underdark is a little bit of a dangerous place, so you'd expect something that looks so pretty and stunning down there, but then it could also like cause the worst stomachache in your life and make it so that a hag has control over you. Do you know what I'm saying? I think I have a bit of an overactive imagination. But that's kind of what I was going with here. I film most of the planters that I plant, I think, off the top of my head. I think it's only that like white bowl with the dahlia in it way far in the background that I don't film. And I think I do film the green one. I don't film the purple one. Not the purple pot, but the one with the purple flowers in it. I don't believe I filmed planting those. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm not going to make any promises. But that is kind of like what this entire video is going to be. I might film like when I'm watering or something like that. Also, we'll have to see. But I might even film myself mowing the lawn or something like that. But really, it's all just going to be outside stuff. I hope you like the outdoors. You're seeing it kind of, when was this? This was kind of around the week of May 13th, I believe. I can't remember exactly, but this was a while ago now. I am recording this specific voiceover on May 27th. I doubt this video is coming out before June. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. But like the garden, like all of the plants and the trees have made so much progress. Like this branch that you see like right in the front of what you're seeing, that's one of the columnar maple trees, and they are like full with leaves right now. That little green tree in the back, the amber maple, also full with leaves. The tree that's kind of like in the back corner, like the very furthest thing you can see, kind of, that is also like in full bloom. I'm actually looking at it right now. I can see the tops of its branches, like as tall as it reaches from my bedroom window. And they've all gotten so much more full and vibrant, and everything just looks so good. It makes me so happy to be out there. It is fully my happy place. I'm just in awe of it. Now, credit is to my mom, obviously. Like, of course, I do stuff. My domain is more the stuff that's in the pots and things like that. Her domain is more the stuff that is in the ground. For the most part, she is the one who is usually taking care of the perennials that are in the ground. She makes most of the decisions on what goes in. Same thing with like how to take care of the trees, and then she just kind of points me in a direction and I'll do stuff for her for those specific things. Not because I don't like doing it, but just because she has so much more experience with like perennials gardens and things like that. Perennial gardens, I should say. And like, I guess design. I mean, she's very good at it, clearly, as you can see. But it's just like, again, I am in awe of her. And she is the one who actually really inspired me to get into gardening. The first couple of plants that I got was back in 2020. And then it kind of just spiraled from there. I've told like the story many times. I might tell it. well, that I've ever met, and it just kind of like, during lockdown, it was like, well, why don't I try this? And then I ended up loving it. And then what really got me was like the theming of everything. So that has been like one of my most favorite things about it, is coming up with like what the themes are going to be for my planters for that year. It's like actually something that I start thinking about like in the end of the year, and then what to do the next year. Originally, I thought I was going to do like, okay, so like last year the Progress Pride flag was the theme, and the Trans Pride flag. So I was like, well, obviously a Trans Pride flag themed planter will always look good because the colors are just perfect. But like, what if I do an asexual one? Like, that sort of like gray is very hard to come by, but like white, black, purple, gray, really interesting color palette. The lesbian pride flag, oh my god, it's incredible. It looks so nice, and there are so many flowers that would look good like that. And like just so many, there's so many options in the whole like pride flag, like yellow and purple for intersex. All like, you know, obviously, if you watch me, I feel like I have I would hope that I have a high population of LGBTQ, IA plus, and two-spirited individuals in my audience, but, like, there's just so many options for good color schemes that come from pride flags. But what really sold me on doing the, like the Dungeons and Dragons, different planes of the universe thing, is the planter that I'm currently blocking, but you get glimpses of, with the large, dark purple, almost black coleus, and like the tall white flower, and the big angel wing senecio, which again I'm blocking, but it's one of the last things I planned in this video, so skip to the end if you want to see it. That's what gave me the original idea, and I thought that it would be like, oh, order and chaos, and then I was like, I don't know, and then I was like, it feels very like astral plane, you know, like, and then it just kind of spiraled from there. And then in the farthest of the planters that you can see, it's like a large, it almost looks like a cocoon, or I should say like a beehive or something. It's like a large, we call it the boat because it looks like a boat. It's the grayish cream colored planter that has like the orange flowers in it. But the taller one of the two. Hopefully I'm doing a good job of describing it, but that one, I was like, oh, this would be like the Brass City Elemental Plane of Fire, possibly Avernus, but then I went back to Elemental Plane of Fire, and then these ones with like the tall, frilly pink flowers, I was like, that's perfect for the Feywild. And then like that could be like the summer court and all that, and then like the blues and purples of one of them. It all just came together. It all just came together. And so it was just like, I don't know, I always land on a theme. Some years it's stronger than others, like a stronger guide. Like last year, obviously Pride Flag is a really strong guide because you're looking for very specific colors and palettes and things like that. This one, I like the freedom of it, although some of them end up being like close to the same theme, but I actually don't care. It's just plain fun. It's just like, I will never not do this for my summers. But back to my little Underdark planter here, my little Underdark planter. I've just put this, and then I had that, like, the thought, like, oh, that's like a little, you know, like, that's one of those, like, bioluminescent, like a little firefly, something like that. I don't know. I like thinking about these things. Overactive imagination, I've already said that. So those are kind of on the end. The oxalis right now is blocked out. The only thing that you don't see that I did to this one, I don't think I filmed it. We'll see later in the video though, but I did end up putting a yellow marigold in this one as well, just because I needed an extra little space for a marigold, and this planter ended up having like a perfect opportunity for me to put it in there. Would I have liked a couple more? Yeah, but I actually like don't care. Where I ended up putting the marigolds, I think they work really, really, really well in the other ones. So if this one has a single marigold, who cares? I don't think it looks awkward. And that's the most important thing. That is the most important thing. But there's also like a lot of, in this video, there's a lot of me deciding things, a lot of me just like staring at plants, staring at plants, staring at pots, all that kind of stuff, because the only thing I think that I make difficult for myself is the like, I go back and forth on where things should go a lot, and I wouldn't quite characterize it as second-guessing myself, but it does end up being that way, where I'm like, no, I should do it this way, no, I should do it this way, should I do it that way, do I need to go out and buy another one, when really I should just trust what my original instinct was, you know. But I think, for the most part, like I said, I don't think there is a least favorite out of all of these. Sometimes there evolves to be a least favorite out of all of them, which is just kind of natural. But so far, I am fully in love with all of them. I think they look so good. I really sheath really good. I did a really good job this year. If you're wondering about like the logistics of it in this specific fidget spinner planter, I'm just using a Pro Mix potting soil thing. I am full Pro Mix girl. I will never be a Miracle Grow or a Figaro, or I will always be Pro Mix. Pro Mix has always worked for me. The one year we did Miracle Grow, I don't know. I don't know if it was like I don't know if it was a bad year. I mean, it was super hot, but the soil just does not hold on to moisture at all. It was bad enough whether I was like, I don't think I'm using Miracle Grow again. I did get that Miracle Grow for free, which was nice. But oh, you can hear the train. But really, like, at the end of the day, I think I spent, because I got this Pro Mix bag that I'm using for this one. This one is the only one, other than the strawberry. Oh no, I did use one of my mom's old Miracle Grow bags for the strawberry that I planted. Anyway, whatever. This Pro Mix bag is from last year, but this year I ended up buying 2 bales of Pro Mix potting soil, and I mixed it with a bag of sea soil and some perlite to make my own soil, which we'll see how it goes. Oh yeah, and then generally in years past, I have used, okay, so weird backstory. I used to deliver papers when I was when I was finishing junior high and in high school. I delivered papers, and so they would give me all of the papers, and you would have to bag them. Every single one. You had to bag every paper. I had 100 houses on my route. I think, well, okay, maybe it was like 96 or something like that houses, but like basically 100. I would have to bag all of them, and they would send me like these massive rolls of bags, and we have way more than we know what to do with. Like, when I say way more than we know what to do with, I likely have about close to 1,000 of those bags, and like, I'm not going to throw them in the garbage because they are generally useful, but just not useful in that I need 1,000 of them. Maybe if I ever run for office, I'll use them. But what I did is, my mom has these like packing peanuts and styrofoam balls, and at the end of each year, I would spend so much time digging my plants out of their pots, and then like removing individual packing peanuts and styrofoam balls so that I could put them in the compost, like the dirt in the compost, and then the styrofoam balls and packing peanuts I would save, and inevitably some of them would make it into the garbage, and sometimes I would just have to throw some of the dirt in the garbage rather than the compost, which I don't like doing. We optimize our recycling and our waste here in this household. And so what I ended up doing is, this was on the suggestion of my grandma, putting some styrofoam balls and some of the packing peanuts in some of those old paper bags, like plastic newspaper delivery boy paper bags, whatever, you know what I'm talking about, and then like putting them as filler in the bottom of pots, and for the past 2, or is it 3? Have we been doing it now? This would be our 3rd, yes. So I guess it is the past 2, so 24 and 25. I put those as filler in quite a few of my pots, and this year I only used, I put one of the bigger ones in the long brown pot, I put one in the green pot, and then I didn't put any in the boat, so I only used, like, I used 2 full-sized ones and then 2 half ones, which, I don't know, they don't cover much. I used them very sparingly this year because I wanted to try my new soil mix, and giving the plants more space, I thought, might help them grow larger rather than just like having filler in the pots, which is fully okay. Like, obviously my plants have grown well in years where I haven't used the bags with the styrofoam, and years where I just use like perlite or rocks or things like that. Like, this is the first year though that most of my planters are all soil with like a layer of perlite at the bottom. They're just the long brown one, and then the green one, because the green one is so deep. But they actually know I took that one out of the green one, so I only used 2 this year. Well, 1 full size and then 2 halves. Okay, anyway, sorry. So generally I try to use those for filler. This year we're just going with perlite because I want to see how my soil performs. But usually what I do is I start with like a layer of perlite at the bottom, generally fairly thick layer, like a couple of inches of perlite, and then for these ones, you'll see that I was using some of the dirt from the nursery pots that the plants came in to fill in the bottom, and then I used the Pro Mix, of course, to pack things in there and all that. But when we get other planters, it's actually mostly soil. Obviously perlite also, but perlite's such a natural thing to put in there, and perlite is actually quite healthy for the soil. So quite a bit later in the video, I do end up mixing a batch of soil on camera, which is where I can talk about that a little bit more. But you now are able to see that I am practically done my Underdark planter, which turned out a little bit more cheery, I think, than I originally thought. But you know what? I actually really love it for the Underdark, because I think it gets at like the natural sort of like brightness. Like the Dungeons and Dragons world is obviously like quite scary and dangerous, and the Underdark is especially. But like, there's always like a bright, not whimsy, but there's always like a bright optimistic note, like where there is the potential for great evil, there's also the potential for great good, if you know what I mean. And I think that this planter also maybe kind of represents that too. I also just like, I don't know, maybe again I'm just overthinking it, but I just like making things art. I find this to be like truly for myself an art form, is putting these together and like seeing what feelings they evoke and what they inspire in me. Because I mean, like, how could you not? I'm a genius. I'm joking. But actually, no, positive self-talk. I am very smart. Oh, is it raining? Oh no, it's not. That was just a car outside. But as I'm putting on the finishing touches, the one thing that I do find annoys me about ProMix, which is actually a good thing, is that like the dirt can be very loose unless you pack it, and I'm not great at packing it. If there is one weakness I have, is that as soon as I water most of my planters, there's like divots in the dirt where like there was maybe an air pocket, or where I didn't pack it well enough, and then I have to like re-up with dirt, which is actually not a complaint at all, but like it's just one of those things that it becomes a chore where I'm like, oh my god, now I need to go back and put like another layer of soil on top of everything that I've already put on. And then some years in the past, I've like run out of soil, and I was so proud of myself. I was like, oh, I only needed that exact amount of soil. And then there's all these like little divots where the water has like compacted the soil, and I'm like, shit. I have to go back to the garden center to go grab more dirt. But again, if that's the one problem I have, I'm happy. So there we can see the finished product. I am so happy about it. I am so happy about it. This is my first planter of the season, so I'm like super excited. You can see me trying to stretch out my poor legs. I was kneeling so long. I did try to improve that with my other setup that I was planting in a lot more, but like it was also maybe like not great for my knees. But it actually, like, it's funny, my legs and my knees feel so good after like these couple of weeks that I've spent planting and out in the garden. I feel so strong. I feel really good about myself. And so I've got myself a little workout, like today, for example, the day that I'm recording this voiceover, so not the day that I'm filming. I spent like a ton of time outside, and it was super hot. But then I came in, this up quite, I think, recently. I think I clicked stop the recording and then I clicked it back on because I thought I was going to plant another one. I ended up running out of soil. I don't know if I end up planting the strawberry that I got in this video, but I know for a fact that I do set up that, again, the boat planter in the very back. The one drawback of filming and then doing voiceover so far behind, like what, sorry, doing voiceover so much later after you film, is that we kind of end up discovering what the hell Ryan was thinking in real time together as I'm speaking to you. So that's kind of sometimes why I lean on the rambling, because then at least you can never be wrong about what's going on screen when you're just rambling about whatever the hell, which has always been one of my talents. It's one of the reasons why, like, I think I am one of those rare individuals with ADHD that actually enjoys small talk. Not that I'm like a huge sort of like, oh yeah, let's do a lot of small talk, but your boy's decently skilled at it because I'm just great at rambling. Now, do I sometimes bring up random factoids and things like that in the course of small talk? Yes, because how could I not bring up geography? It's like, it's one of my constant trains of thought. But like, the ability to ramble, I think, is a skill for me that has made me as good as I am with people, which I like to think I'm decent with people. So this is, I guess I lied about the Underdark planter, because this is the brass city that exists in the elemental plane of fire. That is what this planter is themed around. I do end up using the rest of this Pro Mix bag to set this planter up. So I guess this one also doesn't have as much of my sea soil mixture, but this one does end up getting sea soil mixture just later on down the line, because I finished planting this one, was it about a week later? I think so, or maybe like 4 or 5 days, something like that, later on. And I don't know, this one is probably one of my hero ones, where it's, I just love everything in it so much, and I love the color scheme, and I love the way that everything goes together so much that it's going to be one of those ones that I'm like super excited to watch. You can see here that did I keep this one in here? Oh, this is so interesting. Like I said, we end up learning in real time what my thought processes were together. This is like a fun journey that we're taking. I also used the rest of the stuff that was in the nursery pots. I ended up composting all of the rest of the soil from the nursery pots in my other plantings, just because I really didn't have anything to do with it. I was going to offer my mom to use it, and I don't know, she usually just likes to use soil, which to me should be my clue not to use it as filler as much as possible. But I don't know, like I said, I'm super excited for the sea soil thing. My local greenhouse, they know me very, very well. I wonder why. But one of the ladies there, she was talking to me about mixing sea soil, and she was like, funny enough, an annuals, like pot annuals arrangement can be like, bad soil won't break them, but bad soil will definitely hamper them, and great soil or good soil will really make your year. She said it's one of those things that really gets overlooked because it's so easy to just buy a bag of Miracle Grow and unashamedly. Actually, that's a lie. I would not do that to myself. But I really liked mixing my own soil this year. It felt like I was really doing something, you know. This other coleus, so the coleus is the big leafy thing, like the big orangey and brownish kind of leafy thing. That one was so gorgeous. This is the first time I've seen a coleus that looks like it in the local garden centers. There's one kind of about 30 minutes away, where the others are like 10 to 15 minutes away, that usually does these beautiful coleus, and it's where I found this one, and the like dark purple, almost black one that you can now see in the background in that long brown pot with the white, with the large white leafy plant in it. I found that one at the same garden center with the unique coleus, and I'm like so excited for what those two coleus are going to do. Not that I'm not excited for the coleus in the Underdark planter, but like my coleus have always grown remarkably well. I don't know why. They generally don't like a lot of heat, and they generally don't like a lot of sun, and my backyard gets a lot of sun, and incidentally it's quite hot. So I just, like, I don't know exactly what I do. All I know is that, like, whatever I do, it's working. It's really working for my coleus, because year after year I get coleus that flower. I get coleus that, like, their stems at the very root, like, base of them end up being like thicker than my thumb. Oh, easily. Now looking at it, like, easily thicker than my thumb. They just grow so well for us. My mom has had a coleus a couple years in the past as well. Last year, oh no, she did have a really dark burgundy one last year too. What am I thinking of? Oh, I'm thinking of her and her begonias. Anyway, that's beside the point. But we've always had coleus grow, like, remarkably well for us, which I'm not complaining about. I think coleus are beautiful. I have fully leaned into them. They're a staple. I think the things that I will never go without in a given year would be coleus for sure, a Senecio angel wings for sure, because they just look so gorgeous. I think they're one of my favorites. Coleus, Senecio, Cosmos. Actually, I think Cosmos need to be a staple for me because I just love them and they grow so well for me. Salvias, any kinds of salvia, I love any variety. Hummingbird Falls, Ignition, Hot Lips, Rockin' Blue, Rockin' Fuchsia, Rockin' Purple. I just love salvias. They're so cool, they're so unique. I will never not have them, I think. Actually, I'm making that decision. I think every year I've ended up with a lobelia or a lobelia, just because, like, it's so rare to find blue flowers, and they very consistently have these stunning blue flowers. And so I think I always just get them because they're one of those they're one of the only things that will flower blue and look great. I had some Nemophilia last year that just kind of, like, when they flowered, they looked great, but then their foliage just kind of, like, grew and grew and grew and grew, and it looked a bit, messy. But they were nice. And then, Evol Voluus, I don't know how to pronounce it, Evovulus or something like that. They flower blue as well, but they are very, they grow very uniquely, so I don't have many, like, spots for them unless I'm, like, actively thinking about one of them. Although now that I think about it, I could probably use one in one of my planters, but it's 11 o'clock at night, so I can't think about that right now. But to catch you up on what I'm doing here, I'm just pruning through my strawberry. I don't know why I got this, actually. I'm not a very big fan of strawberry flavor or anything. I think it just looked so cute that I couldn't not and it looks so cute in its pot. So I think it was just like a fun little thing. The one weird thing about this one though is I have realized that like the vines, I don't know what the actual name for them is, but you can see them like all hanging off of the pot. They look like wires coming out of the plants. Like I think those would help me like propagate a new plant. I think I need to look into it. Because that's like the one thing that I haven't really delved into is I've never done tomatoes. I've never done like edible things. I've done a few herbs here and there. But this is like my first foray into like, I'm just gonna get this and see what it does. Cause like, I think one day in my own place, not one that I share, I mean like, I guess mom and I are 50-50 on this one, but, she would not like the work of like me doing a vegetable garden. Do you know what I mean? Like if I had boxes and like an area cordoned off for it, like that would be too much stress to put on her, and it would also be too much stress to put on me. It would be too much stress to put on me also because like then you have to take care of it, and then somebody has to take care of it, and then you have to worry about hail more so than I already worry about hail. And like it's actually just like not practical for where she is at in her life and where I am at in my life. But that would be the dream one day, is to be able to even have like a single box where I just try things, or like one of those stacking planters in the house to do like lettuces and like herbs and things like that in, because I think A, that's a very, very valuable skill, B, it saves you money, and C, it's just kind of like fun, isn't it? Like it's fun to, like for example, I do potatoes every year because just coincidentally, we almost always seem to have potatoes that we keep our potatoes in our basement. And every now and again a bag gets forgotten about, so they start sprouting down there. And, because it's like cold, dark, like I think just a good environment for them to sprout in. And, so for the past, I definitely did it, last year was the year that I did it. It's been like, this year, when I do the potatoes, it will be 4 years of potatoes. Every year, it's like so cool digging them out and like actually eating them. So I think that would be something that I have the goal to do at some point. I just don't know when. That would be like something feasible, for like my life stage or anything like that. But just know that the thought is there. Just for like context, what I'm doing here, I'm just like kind of cleaning the strawberry out. I found that I had to do this with more plants than I think I did in years previous. I can't think about it enough. Like, I don't make note of it every single year enough to know that I have not had to do it in years past, but like, I feel like I had to do a lot more pruning before planting this year than I have done in years previous. And this strawberry was so densely packed with leaves that it was like, there was so much like little pruning to do. Like as I flop it out, there's like dead leaves coming out of it and things like that. And as I turn it upside down, it's like, what am I doing here? Like, I was like, did I pick up a bad specimen of it or something? And no, it's just that it needed a lot of cleaning out, I think. The other thing that was just infernal about this strawberry is its root ball. There were some this year. Most of the plants actually this year, I have no right to complain. Most of the plants this year, their root balls were so easy to take apart. This strawberry, not one of those plants, categorically. And then there were a couple of others. I don't know if I filmed them specifically, but there were a couple of them that I remember stuck out in my head, and I was like, oh my lord, these root balls are just like untenable. ways to do it. I guess maybe I care too much. So basically, as I kind of struggle with this strawberry, I was also like thinking about what I should do next. Because at this point, I was actually like starting to realize that a lot of the stuff that I had purchased was like, it's not okay. I didn't buy anything bad. I think I just went a little bit too far in the pink direction. Was is the operative word here. I was worried that I had gone too pink with what I had bought. This, I think, was a bit of a consequence of me not knowing my theme exactly going into buying everything. But you can kind of, in some of these clips, I think you can kind of see my defeat towards it. Like, I felt great planting my Underdark planter and the strawberry and all that, and then slowly I was like, ooh, am I losing steam? Did I not do a good job of purchasing these? My conclusion is no, I did a great job based on how everything looks now, but I was so worried when I was planting certain planters that I had like a pink overload and it would just look like monochrome. I think really the only thing that I sorely lack would be a lot of like greenery. Not that I don't obviously have a lot of greenery. Like the Underdark planter is a great example of, I think, unique greenery. But I think because I have 2 pots left over, I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to end up getting something that is maybe not purely leafy, but is quite, at least that skews in that direction. Maybe not a lot of flowers in it, or if I do get flowers, maybe some quite dainty flowers. We'll have to see. I'm not making a commitment in either direction, but I'm kind of like eager to see what I can find here close to the end of annual season for some of our greenhouses. Now that's the one thing, there's one greenhouse that I live close by that in years previous has had amazing selection. The only thing is that they end their annuals shipments so early, and I guess to their credit, they completely sell out. I don't think I've ever seen any huge annuals discounts from them, which I guess is a good thing. But then I also I wish they would have them like a couple weeks into June, because the other 2 kind of main quote-unquote greenhouses, not that it's not like the big 3, but these are the ones that we frequent. The 2 other ones, their selection carries at least further into the season than the first one, which initially I was like, oh, well, that feels like it sucks, but actually I'm kind of happy about it, because this year the 2 other ones have really amped up their selection and like what they are offering, which I'm so happy about. Oh, there you can see my strawberry. It looks adorable. I really like the foliage on a strawberry. Like, honestly, I would probably, like, judging by how my other planters went, I think next year if I do something super pink like is a betrayal for me to say, but it's also like just kind of how I feel. I don't know, it's weird. Which, like, it's actually okay. Like, obviously, they don't care. They're not going to watch this. But this, I remember putting this all together, like figuring out where certain things would go. This is where I started to feel the fear set in that I had not purchased well for what I wanted to do this year. Which, in hindsight, is completely ridiculous, but I think sure because of the weather that we've been having. But you're about to see, we'll put a pin in the weather, but you're about to see one of the most devastating things that has happened. Not actually though, that's hyperbole, but I'm depotting this coleus and then kablam, I just dropped the damn thing. Luckily only one branch broke, and it was kind of a blessing in disguise because I probably would have pruned it, because where it came off of, it actually probably would have gotten in another plant's way. So I'm actually not that torn up about it. But this coleus actually, to further with our discussion, this coleus is from a garden center where they grow most of their own coleus. The other thing about the garden centers I go to is that all of them, I believe 90% of their stock comes from Canada in some way, which just like makes me so happy. But this garden center specifically, they grow such a wonderful variety of coleus and such amazing colors and very robust plants. This one is one of them. And this is the one that gave me the idea of the elemental plane of fire. And then by extension, the brass city theme. This one with like, okay, so it's got like the peachy kind of colored veining on the leaves. But then at the edges of the leaves, there's almost like a brownish greenish color that goes really well. It's like a very brassy thing. So I was like, oh my god, it's the elemental plane of fire. It's the brass city. It's gorgeous. So this coleus is like, I think it's gonna turn into one of my heroes of this year. I love it. I love looking at it. We've had a couple, like we've had a weekend and then 2 days of rain, when I'm recording this voiceover, and I haven't been able to go out and like look at my plants very much, but this one, I kind of tucked it in a corner on the deck so that I could see it, and oh my god, it's just so gorgeous. It's so nice. And like, just, truly I am a genius, even though I did not do the work of growing it myself. But I did plant it, and I did pair it with all the other things that I paired it with, so I'm taking credit. But a note about the weather, like I said, sometimes being, wait, did I already say this? Oh, it's about the rain this time around. Oh my god, I'm like losing my brain. The rain that we've had is actually so nice because when you're watching this recording, we had like a really beautiful, like truth be told, we had a beautiful May. I have no reason to complain. But the rain that we've had, it's been going nonstop for like, we probably had about 48 hours of nonstop rain, and then it's been on and off again for another separate 48 hours or so. And the lawn, the trees, these plants, they are looking so like hydrated and gorgeous. So I'm actually now in new judgment of the weather. I'm really happy. I'm kidding. Apparently we're gonna have a really hot summer, so I don't know exactly how I'm feeling about it. Sometimes a hot summer is fun, and sometimes a hot summer is like fucking torture. But the nice thing is that we had our trees bloom, and they had their flowers for the week. Whereas in some years, our trees have lost their flowers within the first like 2 or 3 days because like they just the petals get blown off in high winds, or they get washed off by rain, or you know, the flowers die in the heat. It's like, oh dear. Maybe I am complaining about the weather. I don't know where I stand on the weather, actually. Maybe me and the weather need to do a little bit more soul searching. But here you can see a bee flew in my face too. Bumblebees. We get tons of bumblebees in my backyard. slogging through, planting even more stuff. This was also the day that I noticed that a significant portion of the 6-packs that I got had aphids in them, which was just absolutely terrifying. I had a couple of marigolds with aphids. I had the gomphrena had a few aphids, and then there's this one, I forget the name of it right now, but can you see it in the background? No, that's the status, and then the cosmos are back there. I think maybe my body is blocking it. Was it the arc? No, it wasn't. Oh crap, I can't remember what it was called, but it's like a very tall flower that was pinky, and like the petals were almost like a straw flower's petals, and they were just inundated, they were just covered in aphids. It was actually, oh, that was another thing that kind of like really discouraged me in the first steps. You can see by the Pro Mix bag right there, there's 2 flowers planted in that fidget spinner planter that I just stopped halfway through because that was going to have some of the stuff that had aphids in it. Eventually we brought out a pesticide that we have for indoor plants, which actually I think has done a pretty good job of controlling our aphid problem, my aphid problem. But it was like heart-stopping. I was like, oh my god, no. If I have to go out and buy like another 5-6 packs to replace, oh, it was terrible. But in hindsight, now that I'm like a couple weeks away from it, it was like actually not that big of a problem, and that pesticide was a really good thing to have on hand. So I will be buying more. Luckily, that was for most of my pink things, so none of, other than the 2 marigolds that I had to prune, these like orangey kind of brassy ones didn't have any aphids, so I'm gonna keep vigilant this year. But it was actually one of the most harrowing things when you're like, oh my god, I'm so excited, I finally landed on my theme, I finally bought everything, and then these little fucking green bugs get all their sticky residue all over everything. Oh, makes me want to die. It actually doesn't, but it's like one of those feelings, you know, heart-sinking feeling. So I finally gotten both of these kind of like where I wanted them, and it leaves a little bit of space on the side that is now facing me and a ton of space on the side that is now facing you. So this one, it's definitely got, the one thing about my planters this year is a lot of them definitely have a back side and a front side, which I usually try not to have, but it's just kind of how it worked out this year. So like they're very facing this year, which is something new. But in this one, I ended up cutting out a few plants that I was going to put in it in favor of more marigolds, and this one, I think by the end, turned out absolutely gorgeous. I still can't remember exactly which ones I didn't film and which ones I did, but needless to say, that one that you see behind me by the Pro Mix bag, turned out so good, that it's almost not even funny. But basically what you can see me doing here is like pushing things into place. This one planter is a little bit difficult to water because those outer edges are higher up than the middle edges, if that makes sense. So I'm just trying to get like the soil balance right so that all of the soil doesn't pour off the sides when I'm watering it, which is like the one thing that I hate about this planter. But then the other thing that I love about this planter is it's gigantic and it's perfect. I don't know, this is it my favorite planter? No, it's not my favorite planter. I think all of my pots are my favorite pots. They are the vessels by which I keep the things that bring me joy during the summer, so you know what, I love them all. You can also see in this big sort of expansive shot that the 9-bark bush, which is that tall bush kind of by the giant metal bee that's actually okay that we don't have them up. I just like noticing it here. It's like, it looks like my fence is so bare, and I just hate it. I wish it was like, you know, gorgeous and full of metal bugs, but alas, it is not, and I'm not going to hold it against myself. Although I do think that it gives me a chance to like think about where they're going to go. It's not like I'm gonna change up exactly where all of the bugs go, but like my mom and I might be able to like kind of figure out a new scheme for them, because one thing that is starting to happen is that the trees are starting to block out certain parts of the fence, like the tree with the white flowers. It hardly ever covered that hanging pot, but just in like the last year, I'd say last year, it grew just enough that it covers that hook, which is okay, but it's just funny how like our trees have gotten so big, and especially like when I look at this burgundy tree, the one in the corner, like I said, it is actually so massive, and it's grown to such an extent that it's like when we look at old photos, the trees seriously look like twigs compared to what they look like now. The only one that looks mostly similar is the amber maple, which is the one that's off screen right now, but you could see it kind of in the background. It's the smallest tree that you can see, like I say, in the background in the previous shot. I also wish it was cloudier this day, because this day was like wicked hot. It was like, it was fine, but oh my god. But the reason why I say that is because I know that there have been a couple of shots that I've filmed at where the clouds in the background, they look like painting clouds. They look so good. And I just wish selfishly on this day that it had been cloudier, because my lord, the shower that I had this night was immaculate. Let me tell you, I don't think that there is a better shower than the shower that you take after a long day of yard work. That shower is heavenly. It's the best thing that could ever happen to a human being. I swear to God, it's like like if I've done the weed whacking, or if I've done a lot of work with dirt or something like that, that night is the shower of my lifetime. I am also a full-on shower devotee. I take showers that are probably a little bit too long, but generally, like, my average shower time is 15 minutes, and it is not always like a quote-unquote everything shower, but like, it's just like, how do I put into words the way that a shower feels? It is amazing. It is, you have no problems when you're in the shower. You have like somewhere between like starting the shower, ending the shower, getting dressed, you have about like 45 minutes worth of just like uninterrupted time for yourself, and you are like cleaning yourself, you're taking care of yourself, skincare, moisturizing your body. A shower is perfection. 10 out of 10, whoever invented showers. No notes. If there's one positive thing that humanity has done, it is create the shower. Now, I'm okay with a bath, but a bath is like, I don't know, I have to be in a certain mood, or I have to be reading a really good book to really be enticed by a bath. Oftentimes I will be like wet story. But what I ended up discovering the next day is that where that spray had worked on, see that tall flower in the very background that I'm in front of now, and then the one that I'm grabbing here, the spray worked on both of those 6-packs as well as the marigolds. Definitely not on that thing that I gave the nasty look to, because that one the next day was just fucking covered in them. It was like, honestly, I'm talking about it ad nauseum, but it was the most aphids I have ever seen on a plant. And last year, I had 2 coupeas that were kind of a weird flowering. I can't remember what variety they were. I did not get any this year because there were not any good ones in like it generally like the annuals pots. Like, okay, the 2 larger ones, that coleus and this geranium that's in front came in. Oh, there's the Cosmo that I'm spraying for aphids. Those ones are usually around the $10 mark or so. The ones like that begonia, that is kind of, it's the closest plant that's not in a pot. It's got the nice leaves, the sort of pink and silver leaves. Those ones are generally around $6 or like $6.99 or something like that. What was I talking about? Oh my god. The aphid. What was I talking about? I've like lost. Okay, the insecticide. I was spraying. Oh my god, I literally just completely lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? I'm like fully having a moment. Like a full on what the hell was my brain doing moment. Okay, I was talking about the price of those annuals. And then the geranium and the coleus. I was talking about aphids. Oh, right, the coupeas. The coupeas that I got last year with like a sort of a crazy looking. There was one that was like a white and sort of like magenta pink color, and then there was a red and kind of, I don't know, also like a purplish bluish color of flower, and they looked like these like really sun-like, they were really cool. But what was I thinking? Oh, they only came in like large tubs that were like $18 this year, and I was honestly kind of okay because last year they didn't have too many aphids visible on them until the end of the summer, but they constantly had that sticky stuff, and no matter what I did, I couldn't get them off of them. But like, that was a sustained orchid thing, or orchid aphid thing that I was constantly fighting. The 6-pack that I gave the dirty look to, oh my god, it was like the day after, it was just crawling with little greenies. It looked terrible, so we ended up chucking them, because that was just too much for me to handle. I couldn't, like, the other ones, I ended up killing the aphids on them. That one, it was like, I was not fighting that battle. I was not going to, with a clear conscience, put them into a pot with anything else that could get the aphids on them. Because even just that sticky residue that they give off is just like, ugh, yuck, get it out of my life. I never want to see it ever again. But in this, okay, so this bucket, that white bucket that I'm digging into, that is actually what I ended up, oh Because yes, I do have a Trenta cup. 1 Trenta cup of sea soil to 4 Trenta cups of Pro Mix, and then I would dump in kind of an eyeballed amount of perlite. Not so much that it's like super speckled with perlite, but just enough that there's like perlite every couple of centimeters, you know. And it truly was so like loamy, and it was this gorgeous brown color. Still is. I mean, it looks great in the pot, but this soil, truthfully, is making me so excited to see what my plants can do. Just because, like, I know soil quality is something that I haven't paid attention to. So with last year, I kind of made a commitment to fertilize my plants a lot more than I had in years past, and that turned out really well. I'm hoping that with that new sort of fertilizer routine in my brain, that a really good soil quality can just like really skyrocket the quality of these plants. So right now I'm putting in some marigolds into this planter, and you can see there is a Dacia, I think, or Diacia, something, this sort of peachy flower that's in the cardboard box. That's right close. Oh dear, sorry. That's right close to the camera. This is like, it was another thing that I thought I was going to have to throw out, not because of aphids, but just because it looked so dry. It was originally going to go in this, but I ended up putting it in something else, because I think that it didn't end up fitting with what I ended up going for, which was these really sort of like burnt kind of oranges. I think the only bright patches are the dianthus that I put in it, which is that peachy kind of carnation. It is a carnation, but dianthus I like to call them, because I believe that's like the scientific name. That's kind of like a bright rather than sort of burnt looking color. And then same thing with the geranium flowers. All the geranium flowers, or these ones specifically, are just so like a really, like, they have like the color of raw salmon, which is a weirdly specific pull to think of, but like I really like that color. Like, do you ever just go to Costco and look at like the slabs of raw salmon, and I'm talking like the ones that look like a grown man's thigh size of raw salmon, and like I just want to eat it. Like, I look at it and I'm like, that looks like, the color of it looks like it would taste incredible. And as a person who likes to eat sushi, it is a great taste. I think salmon sashimi is one of the best tasting things for me, and one of the best textural things for me, which is kind of interesting, because like texture can really make or break something. Mayonnaise, for me, if mayonnaise is the kind of like, if I can get the texture of mayonnaise in what I'm eating, absolutely not. The flavor of mayonnaise is also challenging to me, but like the texture of it, when you are, it actually gets me kind of freaked out. Same idea with Cheese Whiz. I can't do the texture of that. It is just diabolical. There's something dark about it. I don't know. Gummies, Jello, gelatin. Gum is just a no-no. I can't even. I can hardly even think about it without feeling a little bit sick to my stomach. So you can imagine gum chewing ASMR is like a zero tolerance for me. As soon as I hear that somebody's going to be doing it, it's like, this video is not for me. I am a huge texture person, but you would think then, in that case, like sashimi, raw fish, literally would be a no-go, but for me, weirdly, raw salmon sashimi is one of the makes me strange, but then also I always used to remember, and this is such a weird thing to me when I was a kid. I remember when we would go to grocery stores, I would think that about raw salmon, and then to my surprise, years later, I discovered that salmon sashimi is literally a thing that you can eat, and then I was obsessed with it, still am. But I also used to think that ground beef, weirdly enough, in like the little squigglies, you know, it looks like spaghetti, but red. I remember as a really little kid when we would drive past those in the groceries, or like, Mom was usually pushing me in a cart when we would go past the ground beef. I remember thinking, oh my god, why can't I eat that like that? Because the texture of it just looked so cool. But this is also fully coming from the kid who, like, honestly, texturally and flavor-wise, most candy is, again, a no-go for me. Chocolate's fine. Caramel, it has to be a certain type, but if it's sticky, no. That's a bad, again, there's something dark about it. Licorice is also, I think I would honestly, I'd rather stick a fork into a socket than eat licorice. Weird. But like, it's just plain and simple, absolutely not for me. But weirdly, the texture of raw fish works perfectly for me. Like, that is something, honestly, also the flavor of salmon sashimi, there's something so buttery about it that really clicks with me. There is a restaurant kind of on the other side of town from where I live, which is only a 10-minute drive, but it's on like the side of town that I don't often go to, mostly because my side of the town has like the grocery stores and anything you could want, really, is on my side of the town. But there's this one sushi place on the other side of town that is probably some of the best sushi that I've ever had in my life. They give you complimentary green tea, and they have this roasted green tea hojicha that they serve that is so good, and it's complimentary. They just give it to you. It's like, like, I would pay them, seriously, for a pot of that tea. I'd give them easily $10. It's such good green tea. Actually, I'm gonna see my best friend this week. I'm gonna ask her if she wants to go there, because I'm making myself hungry right now. It is my obsession with sushi is actually, there is something about it that is just like, it is, to me, one of, like, the perfect foods out there. Whoever came up with this idea, obviously I know it's a Japanese, but like, whoever like perfected it and decided that this would be a staple way to consume fish, oh my god, they deserve, I don't know, a Nobel Peace Prize, a prize for science, Pulitzer, give them everything, EGOT, I don't care. They deserve every good thing in life, and I hope they got every good thing in life, because I'm sure that the person who first figured out sushi is long gone by now. Why did I get on this tangent? I have no clue. Oh, that's the other thing. ASMR eating for me, strangely, okay, it works sometimes for me. I have to really be in the mood for it. But the person who I think does eating ASMR best is it SAS ASMR? SAS. It's not SASS. SAS ASMR. Whenever she does sushi or like salmon sashimi videos, or sea grapes or topiko or things like that, I will go to her page and I will just, like, I'll give it a quick watch. I don't derive relaxation from it, but it is content that I enjoy. But in all guess we all have that one thing, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't listen to eating ASMR, but there is one creator who does it well enough that I will listen and watch. And anytime I see one of her sushi videos, because those are the only ones I watch from her, inevitably it makes me fucking crave sashimi or sushi. And then I start thinking about that place across town from me, and I'm like, oh my god, I think I need to go there. I think I just like have a physiological need for sushi. Let's see. Okay, back to the actual. What was I even talking about? My God. Oh, okay. Actually, now. Okay, so for the Brass City planter, you can see that I've got my beautiful burnt orange marigolds in it. I've got that very small leafy flower that is orange. Those are Biden's, literally Bidens. I could only find one this year, and then there's the Dianthus carnation there that you can see. And then this is a cameo from my mom, who is literally the most gorgeous person on earth. She we accidentally bought an extra jug of milk this week. It's so funny seeing myself talk to her on camera. This is the first time she's appeared on the channel. Not that she knows that I do this, which is kind of funny. I don't know why. She just thought that I was filming to be able to film it, and I was like, yeah, sure. I guess ASMR is one of those things where I'm like, it's not like I'm ashamed of it, but it's not like I'm like chomping at the bit to tell her. But this week, we accidentally got 2 jugs of milk, and she made me a milkshake. Because my grandma was thinking like what to do with it, with the extra milk, and the milkshake was like my grandma's idea. So anyway, that is what is in the cup that she brought me, which was so sweet. It was a good amount of respite for like the work that I was doing, and I was running a couple of ideas past her, because like I said, she's one of the most amazing garden-y people out there. I love her so much. She's literally a legend, an icon, and a star. And that person with the pink shirt who's standing in front of the camera right now, that's my grandma. So they came out to give me a little bit of advice and check up on my progress. But the clip is about to cut out here, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, I've got like 20 seconds, so I might cut it here, and we're going to do another time skip here in a second, so let's see where we end up. So after the little advice break with my mom and grandma, I realized what I ended up doing is I ended up cutting the planting with this video clip, which is just me watering a whole bunch of stuff. And I want to kind of talk about what you can see in this picture. It's I wish I had positioned things better, but you can see by the fix it with a shovel. So it took a long time to get these guys to hold on to a lot of water and absorb a lot of water. And now I'm gonna have to re-up a lot of the soil in most of my planters, because like air pockets as you water collapse, and you get these little divots in the soil, which is it always happens, but this year it's happened a lot more than in other years. So I have to like reinforce the soil and all that. I also think I might need to do some staking here in the near future for some of my taller ones, like the one I'm watering right now. And then also for one of the ones that I make a little, or no, oh no, it is, so that red one, do you see that red flower at the very bottom of the screen? Hopefully my editing software doesn't cut it off, but that tall kind of fan-shaped red one right in the middle, that's one that I'm going to have to stake up, I believe, because I don't know. Usually those are decent in the wind, but it is quite top heavy, so I don't want to take many risks with it. Also, that white one there, that's kind of in the long brown planter, that one I think I am going to have to stake up as well. But this, I decided to film watering. I'm not exactly sure why. I think honestly I wanted to plant this day, but it just didn't kind of pan out, which is fine. It's just that it took so long this year that I ended up feeling bad. But we do end up getting into kind of a marathon planting session here in a little while. Oh, you also get to see my broken hose nozzle, this blue thing. It lost its like faceplate that turns it into a rain nozzle. So it just kind of like shoots out this dorky stream of water. It's great for filling watering cans, but it's annoying to water anything else with. I'm also super happy that you get to see some cloud cover, although, like, I don't know, this is probably something that is true of every place, but like, sometimes, like, when we get gorgeous clouds, we get gorgeous clouds. This is, I don't know, again, if this is something that is shared with a lot of people, but I find a crap load of beauty in clouds. I think that clouds are some of the most unique and weird things that like exist, and we just kind of like look up at them and like, oh yeah, that's like multiple hundreds of like tons of water just like floating above our heads, and it doesn't fall except when it does. I know that there's science behind it. I just find clouds kind of fascinating. Oh, I moved my mom's lantana. This is her lantana hanging basket. It gets so hot in that corner where the partition is on the deck, and where like the corner is where the house siding meets the partition. That area, I swear to God, it's probably about 10 degrees hotter than the rest of the backyard, because all the sunlight is concentrated there, and there's nothing to really absorb it except for the wood of the deck, which we've stained. So anything in there like that is truly one of the kill zones in our backyard, because it's like so hot. Sometimes the plants cannot stay on the deck because they just get so like baked by the sun that it's like actually not good for them. We learned that lesson the hard way with one planter, and then it was like, yeah, never again. We are not putting the plants there, at least for regular sort of season, like that being where they stay and where they live, you know, because it's just not good for them. I don't know this for sure, but I feel like heat does a great job of killing like flowers, which may be true, maybe not, but in my experience, it definitely leads to more flower drop. In my opinion, I don't know if that's just because like it dries up the soil a lot more, or if there's actually something to it. yard that I get to call mine and my mom's, obviously, but it looks so pretty by this point. So it was about a week and a bit after the last clip I filmed. So most of the petals had blown off of the white flower tree. The petals stayed on the burgundy tree in the other corner quite a bit longer than they have in the past. Usually the white tree stays very fluffy and flowery for longer. It was also so nice. It was like covered in bees. Covered in bumblebees. And all kinds of bees, but the bumblebees are the easiest ones to see. It was so nice. Like, I love it. The season where, especially the tree out in the front yard, that one is another one that just basically, like, you walk near it when it's flowering, when it's in bloom, and you can basically hear a low hum because of all of the bees that are wiggling their bodies into the flowers and stuff like that. And now you can also see me mixing my soil, scooping out some sea soil and then scooping in some Pro Mix. This one holds about 3 scoops of the mixture, so like 3 scoops of sea soil to 12 scoops of the Pro Mix, and then a dump of some perlite. It's a really, I think I'm gonna do it again, honestly. It's kind of fun to mix your own soil. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but like, it really felt like I was doing something, do you know what I mean? And this planter that I'm getting started on is this little gray one here. This is another one of my Feywild ones because I got inspired by that tall thing that's in the blue container. So that blue container that's beside my kneeling pad, it's the one closer. It's like the tallest flower. It's a type of verbena, which is really cool. And that kind of spurred on this idea of, I actually, most of my like pinky Feywild themed planters have quite tall flowering plants in them. I kind of, in hindsight, it's like, well, wouldn't that make sense? A bunch of fairies flying and fluttering around. But I kind of stumbled into that, and I wouldn't have it any other way, because this one I think turns out really, 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 really well. In terms of like the look of it and the color scheme and just the mix of plants. It kind of looks goofy as I'm mixing soil in a bucket. I look like a garden witch. Garden witch mixing up my own soil. Actually, now that I think about this, this was a week ago today when I'm recording this voiceover. This was last Wednesday, because I am recording this on a Wednesday. I've recorded the voiceover over the course of, it's probably been about like 4 days now or something like that. Can you hear my stomach gurgling after I just ate breakfast? Today work is a day off, so I'm taking the time to finish up, hopefully, this voiceover recording project. Oh, there's our giant my stomach keeps gurgling. There's our giant dragonfly is what I was saying. The giant dragonfly usually, so that actually got taken off of the fence. It's usually on the side of the fence, opposite the giant bee, which you can kind of see. So it's on the opposite side by the burgundy tree. And we had to take it off because my mom was staining the fence on that side. That's like our eastern side of our fence. And it's harder to stain because, of course, sun sets in the west. So it gets sun the majority of the day, and she's very particular about making sure that the stain doesn't evaporate off in the sunlight, because we get like side of the fence last year, but the other side of the fence turned out really nice. So maybe my way is better. I don't know. Shots fired at my mom, who featured in this video, so I feel really bad now that I'm being mean to you. So we had to take off that giant dragonfly, and that giant dragonfly was fully my doing. My mom was ready to sell it because it was too big, and then I bought purple spray paint, and that was kind of, the rest was history pretty much. I was like, I need to do what I need to do with this dragonfly, and she let me have a space on the fence, so I was so happy about that. She was like, as long as it's only your project, and I was like, yeah, absolutely. I did recruit my grandma for it a little bit, but she was happy to help, and I think I'm glad that we kept it. What I'm doing here is I'm just checking the status, or statice, S-T-A-T-I-C-E, for aphids, because this was one of them that did have a little bit of aphid movement on it, and I think they are aphid free, although I do need to check back here in a couple of days. I think probably I'll do it on Saturday. I don't know when this video is going up, so today is Wednesday the 3rd, so Saturday the 6th of June. I think I need to check back on my planters to see if any aphids are still present on any of the, especially these ones that were in the 6-pack planters, nursery pots. I end up checking, and this one, as far as I could see, was aphid free. But then I did have to do a lot of pruning of the leaves because these leaves are surprisingly sun sensitive. I don't know, I hope they survive because I really like this flower. But some of them did get a little bit yellowed in the sun. Now I think that's probably because they were close to the house. And being close to the house, they get hot, like I said, I think in an earlier clip. So I think that might just be what is responsible for the yellowing of the leaves, because they're still healthy looking for the most part, as far as I can tell. I've never had these plants specifically before, but they do look generally healthy. I really love the flower stalks on this plant. They look so cool. They're like kind of triangular in a way, and the flower clusters, like the blooms, they have this like diamond shaped geometric, I don't know, they look so cool. Look up S-T-A-T-I-C-E flowers. I've seen them in a couple of florists' shops around where I live, so they're not like super rare as far as I'm concerned. They just look so cool. I really love them. They are like, the only, I think, drawback is the foliage. Like, so what I'm clipping right now, they do look a little bit weedy from my mom's perspective, but to me, I don't know, a weed is just a plant. Some invasive because the first car, this was quite a while ago, like she was 16 and I think she's about 5 years older than me. Because I was still in grades. Nope, I wasn't in grade 6. Was I in grade 8 when this happened to her? I don't know. No, that doesn't quite work out. Anyway, we are close to 5 years apart. I think maybe it's a closer gap than that, but whatever. Yeah, because she was in grade 9 when I was in grade 6. Because we went to the same school together. Yeah, so that's a 4-year difference. Whatever. She had just gotten her first car when she was 16. And I believe it was with her own money, because her parents offered to pay for it, but she wanted to work for it, which, like, is so cool, isn't it? She got this car, and it was so terrible. We had a massive hailstorm. A massive hailstorm that swept through, and her car, it looked like it got pelted with golf balls, because it practically did. The hail was the worst that I've ever seen in my lifetime, or that I've ever been through, you know? And it was like all dented everywhere. The glass was fine, but the body of the car was just mangled. It looked terrible. So I always have that image in my mind of her car, and like the repair cost, her insurance went up because she wasn't parking in a garage and all that kind of stuff. That has just like stuck in my mind. Like, don't end up like her. Especially now, because my insurance, living in Alberta, is just ridiculous. Car insurance here is just astronomical. Like, numbers you can't even imagine. Numbers that it's like, what? Why do I live here still? Honestly, I think what I spend on car insurance could finance like a month or two of rent in a different province. I mean, this is Canada, so that's probably not true, but like, I could finance a move. Like, I could hire movers to, like, or I could rent a U-Haul, because I don't have that much stuff, to go to a different province to get away. But I just always think during sort of our thunderstorm season, which is kind of starting up here now in June, that I kind of am terrified of hail, especially now that I'm a plant parent, and then I'm obviously paying for my car and my insurance. It's like, holy God, why? So that's the reason why I'm like considering, because we just had, just this past Friday, we had a massive storm roll through. Super windy, super, just kind of, it wasn't apocalyptic, there was no hail, but I was at work, and I was like, oh my God, my car is outside. My car is outside, my plants are outside. Luckily my mom was working from home, so she got the plants taken care of. But now that's the reality that sets in. It's in the early summer, it's either thunderstorms or smoke, or really nice. Smoke season, wildfire season, I think, is going to start. We had a couple of days where it smelled smoky where I am, and there were a couple of evacuations quite far away from my house, thank goodness, but it's just like, oh God, here we go again. Especially like if you live in a wildfire stricken area, or a place that is commonly under wildfire concern each summer. I am so sorry. Like, it's so weird to me that we haven't figured out that we are causing something here, you know? Like, Fort McMurray, which is a city here in Alberta, it got destroyed almost in a fire back in 2016, and my high school took in a whole bunch of high schoolers that were, like, a whole bunch of grade 12s that were graduating that year, and they just, like, their whole town was basically unusable. Same thing with the Jasper wildfire. Me and my family, we visited Jasper last year, and It is just wild. There are entire stands of forest that are just burned all the way out. There are buildings that are destroyed in Jasper. If you've ever heard of a town called Lytton, BC, Lytton, British Columbia, they got destroyed by a wildfire. There was a wildfire threatening Hay River. I think 2 years in a row, Hay River has been under like massive evacuations because of wildfires. And it's like, when I was growing up, we had maybe a couple of days every couple of years where there was like a thick blanket of smoke in the air, where like the sunlight was like orangey, like, you know. These days it happens every year, and it happens consistently, and everybody is constantly aware of wildfire evacuations and warnings. I mean, British Columbia, Kelowna almost got struck. I mean, parts of Kelowna were struck outliers in wildfires, and yet we're still deciding that oil and fucking LNG and whatever are the ways to go. Batshit crazy. To me, that is my personal opinion. I'm not telling you how to feel. It's just like, it's so funny. Like, it's not funny, actually, but if you don't laugh, you'd cry when you hear, like, oh, this is just natural. It's like, okay, but, like, is it natural for me to be breathing in wildfire smoke consistently every year, to the point where it's like, well, there's about a week out of each year where we're covered in wildfire smoke? No, that's not normal. Like, I'm not gonna let wildfire smoke ruin my pride. June is my favorite month of all, honestly. Pride Month is my Christmas. Pride Month and buying plants, those two things are my Christmases. Pride Month is so exciting because here in my city, well, the city that I live close to, it's not really the city that I live in. It's about a half-hour drive, but our Pride events have been greatly expanded in the past 3 years, like to the point where we kind of only had one. Back in 2023, we kind of only had one venue. These days, there's like 5 major venues, and the city is really embracing it, which is super nice, especially considering how our province is trying to attack like queer youth and everything. I mean, like, isn't that the story around the world, which is just disgusting? But our city is actually quite good at protecting pride and like pride institutions and pride events and things like that. So I'm just so excited for things to start. Gay pickleball is starting soon, which I'm so excited for. It was so sad this week, the week of June 1st, actually, which is just so homophobic. It decided to rain. So gay pickleball, which is outdoors, got rained out, sadly, so I have to wait another week to attend gay pickleball. But there was just recently like a huge drag festival, and then there's like a bunch of pride kickoff parties and things like that that are going on, and I don't know, I am so excited, especially because recently, I kind of touched on this in the 10 first date questions video that I made, thanks to M's Quiet Corner. Shout out M's Quiet Corner. The reason why I say that is because I know that you like these videos specifically. You've talked about it before, so hopefully I haven't put you to sleep yet, but here's your little shout out, part of the way through the video. I don't know if this is halfway or if it's in the last half. I don't know. I'm not good at doing the math on like when the clips are all arranged and how long they take, or if I'm going to film one more, because I'm considering filming one more. Anyway, whatever. But shout out M's Quiet Corner. I see you. What was I talking about though? Oh god, I forget what I was talking about. I was talking about pride. I was talking about pride events. How did that lead into? This is the second time I've done this, where I've just completely lost my train of thought. Oh my lord. Okay, I was talking about pride events. I was talking about a drag festival. serious about trying to date, because I realize that dating is kind of a quantity game, especially at the point of time, or the point of life that I am at right now. I'm 27, so I just want to meet people. I want to get social, and gay pickleball is one of the ways to do that. There's a lot of queer events in the city, so I think I just need to like really put in the effort a couple weekends and just really plug away at it, to make myself some like gay, queer, two-spirit friends, and like just get immersed in the community so that I can finally start, you know, practicing maybe some of those first date questions and practicing some confidence and like really working through it. I think that's sort of the way that I learn best. I don't know, I learn best by doing, and if I haven't dated a lot, I'm just gonna have to date so that I learn how to do it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not as if I'm like going to be bad at it or anything like that, or I think that I'm gonna be uniquely out of my depth. I'm just, for the first time, I'm not scared of it. I'm excited for it, if that makes sense. So I'm not like apprehensive and worried. I'm kind of excited to put myself out there, which I kind of didn't realize that's how I was viewing it. But after talking with my best friend, she and I kind of like came to the conclusion, like, yeah, I think maybe I am just apprehensive. I'm just a little bit worried. Maybe a little bit scared of rejection. So this year, 2026, is my year to go on dates. That's what I'm resolving. Because my resolution was like focus on my career, which has been going really, really well so far. So I think I can afford to switch it up halfway through the year. Now, obviously, I don't do resolutions. I do themes of the year. So like work was the theme of this year, as kind of was the theme of last year-ish as well. But like just expanding my opportunities at work, which that special opportunity that I took back in late January and February, that 6-week thing that I did, that I talked about a lot in my videos during that time, that was kind of one of the biggest things for me, and it got me a lot of good references. And then after that, I kind of got in a really good groove with another spot, with another sort of place aspect, I don't know how to describe it, of my work, which, by the way, the reason why I'm dancing around it is because I don't speak about what I do for work on here, because the internet's a bit of a wild card kind of place, so I don't want to invite any scrutiny for the people that I work with, because I work with like a sensitive class of people. But like I've said kind of before, my work is to do with helping people. That's kind of what I can reveal. But so after that special opportunity, I kind of had like another month and a half of working with a group that I really, really enjoy, and that has kind of gotten my foot in a couple of doors. So I think that I have fulfilled my theme of the year 6 months in. Now, my new theme of the year, I think, is going to be a redo of a theme that I've had before. One of my themes was get pretty, which was kind of get more comfortable with conceptualizing myself that way. And I think while that worked, I still think that I need therapy, obviously. But I think an extension of that would be like, okay, now that we feel decent about ourselves, and even sometimes we don't, but at least I'm challenging that, now I think is the time to go out and date. So maybe my new theme for the rest of this year is like go on dates, which honestly, summer, spring, and then fall, spring, summer, and then fall, perfect times to go on dates. Like, who wouldn't want to go to like a cute little ice cream shop and go like on a walk with me, you know? Because I'm like, maybe I'm kind of an attractive man. So I think this year is going to be my time for that. So I'm excited about that. And Pride is starting, so that just makes me happier. And there's so many Pride events. There's literally so many Pride for myself, and I respect how people feel about the term, fairy is kind of reclaimed for me, to the point where, like, obviously she doesn't do it to be mean, but sometimes, like, I don't know, I'll do something silly, and then my mom will be like, oh look, you're a fairy, and then I'll be like, that's really offensive. It's just like a thing, so I don't know, fairy has kind of become one of my things that I am, you know. But this fairy world, look at it. Oh my god, as I just keep spinning it and looking at it in the video, I love it. You know, I honestly really love having, like, I don't know why I didn't do this sooner, but these videos where I'm planting things, not only is it an opportunity to do ASMR, but it's also an opportunity for me to literally visually document all of my planters and the process that went into creating them. I have a perfect before picture now because I literally filmed the entire making of this planter and the entire making of some of my other planters too. It's so nice to have this. I kind of oversold how many planters I filmed for this long video. It felt like a lot, but I guess also like multiple half-hour long video clips is like, no wonder it feels like it took a long time. But that is this one planter done. I believe I do a video cut here, but it's gonna be the same day. And I think I'm starting on the long brown planter up next. Let's see here. Do I go and grab it, or do I turn off the record? I think I must turn off the recording here because I've only got about 10 seconds left in this clip. So we'll see what pops up next. I was right. The next clip I am starting, it's actually like the day had cleared up at this point. It was like I said, the perfect day to film and to plant things. But I am getting started here on this long brown planter, which actually, like, okay, it didn't cause me problems, but I realized I needed to go out and get more things. Did I this. We've turned it into a perfect sanctuary, I think. Still no bugs up on the fence though. So it's incomplete. The Pro Mix that I'm scooping in, I remember this specifically. I remember starting to dread, oh god, I needed more filler. I am using so much soil, which was actually okay because it allowed me to plant the coleus in kind of how I wanted to, and the senecio as well, but filling in for the smaller plants, oh my god, I'm also gonna have to add so much more soil to it as well. Now that the rain has come through and kind of packed some of it in, again, it's actually okay. But just all these little chores that I lament giving myself. Now, so these are the first two plants that I kind of started a spree with. Look at how gorgeous they look together. So that dark purple, almost black coleus paired up with this white senecio. They're just perfection together. They look so nice. They're like look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, I'm a genius. They look so perfect. I'm so happy that I recorded this. Holy shit. I'm just admiring them. Admire them with me. A moment of silence for my genius of pairing these two things together. Also, they were beside each other. These two plants were beside each other on the shelf, kind of on the table, at the garden center. I don't know if they knew what they were doing, but oh my god, they match so nicely. The final product of this planter, I swear to god, is one of my favorite things that I've ever done. And then, okay, so that I'm putting in there is a straw flower. It's got white flowers. I do end up changing the layout of this planter slightly to kind of make it less so it's heavy and big on both sides and sparser in the middle. I've kind of fixed for that, but right now I'm just kind of going into it. You can see I'm bouncing my head. I was listening to Brat. At this point, I was listening to Brat, a bit of Robin's new album, and then I'm also listening to a bunch of new music. Aurora just released a new album in collaboration with Tom Rowland, I think is the name. They call themselves Tomora, Tomora, which is really good. It's quite experimental, it's quite electronic, but I really like it. There's a song called In a Minute on that album that's just when it's pounding into your ears, I would want to hear it at a dance club. I think actually I would want to hear it. There's so many songs that I think about. I think if I put my mind to it and learned an audio software, I think being a DJ would be really fun. Because whenever I go to the gay bar, it's not like I'm disappointed with the music mixes, but often I'm like, oh, why didn't you play that? The lack of certain songs at the gay bar kills me. Where is the Gaga? Where is the Chapel? Where is the Brat? Where is Ariana? The first time that I heard We Can't Be Friends by Ariana was at the gay bar, and that song blasting over loudspeakers, kind of rewriting your heart rhythm. That is magic, I swear to god. It's such a good song, and I don't hear it nearly enough. I just this past weekend went to the gay bar because there was a special event going on there, and oh my god, when a good song comes on, I'm like, fuck yes. When, I don't know, too much of the mainstays, okay, you can play Toxic. I'm super happy with Toxic. But, let's please also play Super Graphic Ultra Modern Girl. Please play Mean Girls off of Brat. That's such a good club song. Play God, my Kelly Clarkson. It's such a good song. I don't know if that is the, you know, the stuff that I have been ingesting, talking, but it's actually such a good song. It's like, I don't know, I feel like there are certain DJs who play at the bar that are better than others, but like, I feel like I could do better. I don't know, but that's also me talking about my own music preference. These people clearly have to like plan for the music preferences of multiple people, like so many people in a night, so it's a lot more difficult, I'm sure, but I don't know. I feel like I'd kill with my music taste as a gay bar DJ. Maybe it's like an unknown calling of mine to be, maybe I don't know, maybe Gardner DJ ASM artist, I don't know. Maybe I was just meant for something bigger in this life. Which is just so much fun to think about. I don't know, like often when I'm in the car, I'm like, oh, I would add this to a mix. I don't know. I am also just talking out of my ass. I am about to end this clip here. I can't remember if this clip was the last of me doing what I'm doing. Actually, it is, because I end up going to the garden center after I turn the camera off here. So I'm gonna cut it, and then we'll see where we end up here in the next clip. Alright, this is after getting the extra plants that I needed to go get. It is the same day as the previous clips, but you can see that I've got the few new things that I wanted to plant in this thing. So I kind of figured out where I want stuff to be and to go and to exist. Did I end up making more dirt? I don't think I did, because I think I ended up making more on camera. And I ended up getting potato vines. Or things that resemble potato vines. I don't know, they were not marked as potato vines, but that's what I understand them to be. So I don't know. And I also ended up getting portulaca, some filler, because my mom needed some, and there were white ones, and they were a buy one get one free. So I got some orange ones, and then some white ones that I ended up putting in this one, just to kind of match things up, because the gomphrena that I had didn't fill as much space as I thought they would. So you can see what I'm doing here is I am working on repositioning this coleus so that it can be in a place where okay, to me the planter now looks a lot more balanced than it did. I didn't want it to look sparse in the middle. So actually maybe this is before I repositioned it, because it's still there in the you can see the wheels turning in my head. Am I doing it? Oh, there we go. There he does it. It's like the moment where your team scores. So I thought, okay, this would be a perfect place to put this salvia right in beside it, because originally that was going to go in the middle, and I don't think I really had a clear vision. But then once I got the two potato vines and it felt like it would be more balanced, it was like, okay, yes, I know what I'm going to do. That is kind of the joy, I guess, of going out and working through what you need, like figuring out what works where, and that is one of the most rewarding parts once you're sort of finished with all of your planning. It's like, I went out and did that, and it looks so good, and I made it. I should be able to like look at it and say, you know what, Ryan did an amazing thing, and that extends to so many other things in my life. I swear, because of some of my recent videos, I feel like I like talk myself down. I swear I have a good self-image. I just think I need to work on the things that I tell myself about my self-image, you know? And then I also think, like, I find confident people quite attractive, so maybe somebody will find a newfound confidence in me attractive. Do you know what I mean? Lots of thinking. I'm great at thinking. Are not as good at putting things into practice, but that is what this year I think is going to be about, or at least the rest of this year is going to be about. I mean, hey, I started eating a lot better. I'm lifting weights. Everything is on the up and up for me. I'm reading outside. I'm going on more walks. I'm going to go on bike rides at some point. The weather just needs to get itself together, and then my schedule needs to get itself together. It's always funny, the days that I have free are the days that the weather would not be conducive to bike riding. So I want to so bad, and I think maybe I should just not use the weather as an excuse, but it's, I don't know, I want my first bike ride of the year to be a pleasant one, you know? And then maybe I'll go somewhere, like maybe take a bike ride to a local cafe or something like that. I think that'd be cute. Cute and fun. So, yeah. Okay, what am I doing here? Sorry. I feel like sometimes when I'm rambling, I'm doing you all such a disservice because I'm not talking about, like, what's going on on screen, but a lot of it is just me, like, pruning away these, little sort of, flowers here. These are Comfrena, and they also got hit with the aphids, although these ones got hit far softer by the aphids. They didn't get hit as hard as the one 6-pack that I had to just trash. And I'm just doing like a little bit of pruning. Any of the leaves that have the sticky residue on them, I'm like getting rid of, and pruning away some of the ones that look like they're dying. There's one right here that I'm pulling the sort of roots and potting soil off of, like loosening the root ball. This one is quite pretty. I quite like this one. I am sad that I didn't get any like of the sort of lilac-y lavender colored Comfrena this year. Last year in my 6-pack I got 2 white, 2 magenta, and 2 lilac. This time I got 3 white and 3 magenta, which is kind of the nature of like a 6-pack that's a variety. If you don't see them blooming, you don't know exactly which colors you're going to get, which is okay, but it's also like, would I like lilac ones? Yes, I would, but maybe next year. Maybe they're just, the lilac ones this year weren't good, and maybe the next year's ones will be gorgeous, and I will love them. So that's what I'm choosing to think. So this Comfrena went in right here because it had space. These Coleus, I will say, they do have a tendency to spread and take over, so I am going to have to be vigilant about pruning and things like that, and like cutting them back to maybe encourage them this one, this coleus specifically, would have, I think, elevated it to just a much higher level, you know. I think it would have made it a lot better. This salvia here, I am so impressed with this salvia. It is still, to this day, flowering, and those flowers have hardly died out. At some point I'm going to need to prune it and I think stake it up. I was looking at it today and it's kind of leaning in a way that makes me uncomfortable. But this specific salvia is kind of like a hero salvia. It is another one of those plants that's just buzzing with bees. I think out of most of the flowers that I get, salvias are the ones that attract the most bees. We even had them attract hawk moths, H-A-W-K moths, last year, as well as my mom's verbenas. The one gripe I have is that this year, the verbena color options, like the traditional verbenas, not that tall one that I planted in the gray planter earlier on in this video, but the regular verbenas, I don't know. I've been seeing them in pre-made arrangements in such gorgeous colors, but the ones that are just by themselves in nursery pots on the shelves, I don't know. The colors have not been amazing for me this year. It was the same thing with, well, no, the lobelias did look good this year. What am I thinking of? They had a good selection of other salvias this year. They had a good selection of marigolds. Oh god, I forget what I'm thinking of, but there was something. Oh, the snapdragons. Now, snapdragons, they usually, for me at least, they bloom later in the year, but there just wasn't an amazing color variety. I wanted to do snapdragons again this year, because I haven't done them for a couple of years, but there just weren't any amazing options that I could find, at least, for the snapdragons. Now, that doesn't mean they weren't out there, it's just for what I could find. I was kind of, it was kind of like, meh, okay, cool. What I have for options are good, but they're not, like, mind-blowing. Oh my god, I need that, you know what I mean? Another thing is, I wish there would be a better selection of blue flowers on the market, because I get a lot of lobelia. But I think I've said this in a video, if not earlier on in this video, but there needs to be more blue options. Please, somebody work some magic with breeding. Get me more blue flowers. I need them. Although last year I did pretty good with the trans pride flag planter that I made. So yeah, actually, maybe this isn't much of a complaint. It is a valid complaint though, now that I think about it. It's been a couple hours since I last recorded. And wouldn't it be so gorgeous if there were more common shades of blue in flowers? Like, I was also thinking salvia rockin' blue, which is a variety of that tall white flower that I'm planting in right now. It's like the comb that its flowers come out of is like it's basically black. And then the flowers are this really, really gorgeous, almost purple blue that's just like, it's a marvel to look at, really. isn't a big problem. Also, you might hear some pitter patter. It is starting to rain, which normally I would stop. There might also be a little bit of thunder in the background, so just take care. But like, I think it adds to the atmosphere, honestly, for a video like this anyway, that is a little bit more focused on just like being in the background of whatever you're doing. At least that's what I'm hoping this video is, unless you're actually like really interested in what I'm rambling about, in which case, thank you. In which case, can we be friends? Just kidding, I have a lot of friends that enjoy my rambling. That is another thing that I find, like, me thinking about. I'm constantly, like, watching these long form video game analysis or, like, history videos and things like that. And boy, would I love to do ASMR history. I just don't know if the demand is there for it. Because would I love to do an ASMR assassination of Julius Caesar or something like that? ASMR Congress of Vienna? Absolutely. But, well, okay, the only thing though is that there are so many creators out there who really ace those kinds of videos. Maybe, you know what, maybe it's not my niche and maybe that's okay. Ooh, can you hear the rumble of the thunder? This is... I wish I could film outside during thunderstorms, because it would be so cool to have that atmosphere. Do you know what I mean? Like the pattering of the rain, but then also like the danger of it. And then also when we get a thunderstorm here, it's either wicked short or it's like maybe you shouldn't be outside. It's never just like a, you know, like an easy thunderstorm in the distance kind of thing. It's like a, oh my god, what's going on kind of thing. Oh, you can really hear the patter of the rain now. Can you hear the patter of the rain on my roof? I am lucky in my room where I film, like it's my bedroom. It's not, like, it only has that one exterior wall with the window. There's another room between me and the other. Ooh, that was a big flash. Maybe I need to go, yeah, I'm gonna go out and check on my plants for 1 second, sorry. Sorry, it was like, it wasn't as bad as I thought. There were a couple little hailstones though, so I had to go check. I can't let all my beautiful work just die for nothing. I would like, I don't know what I would do. I think I would just shut down. That's literally like worst nightmare material is my annuals and my planters getting caught in hail or something like that. I cannot 3 weeks, maybe 4 now, but like, that's wild. I recently looked at my analytics, and in the last 28 days, we have gained 399 subscribers. 399. I had a subscriber day of, or I should say we had a subscriber day of, it was, I think, 40, about 2 days ago, which was, I'm recording this on June 5th, this specific clip, so, let's see, like probably on Wednesday, we had 40 people join us here on the channel. Wild. That's so exciting. Like, it boggles my mind, really. It's like the best gift I could have gotten for Pride Month too. To be able, and now it's like, we're not only like over the halfway point to 10,000 people, but we also have like a really attainable number of subscribers. Like 4,000 for me is now clearly obtainable. Do you know what I mean? I can gain 2,000 subscribers in a year. That's about my pace, although now my pace has significantly picked up. Like after August of last year, that's when we had the video lo-fi trigger words, like the one where I'm laying on my bed. That one is at, I think it's around like 44,000 views at this point. That one bumped us up like 1,300 people. And then I got a shout out from Mads, I got a shout out from Yadi, I got a shout out from Hannah's Hideaway, I got a shout out from M's Quiet Corner. And that kind of built me through the December, January, February period. And then now I don't know what's driving this current growth. Well, actually, maybe my ASMR is good. Maybe I should give myself more credit. But like with how we are currently growing, we could be close to like 3,000 subscribers in a year by the end of 2026, which is just out of this world. I think we're close to the, are we close to the 2,000 mark for this year? Let me check. I'm gonna see. Okay. I am recording this on my phone, but voice memos record in the background. So if I go to subscribers, if I go, okay, so 2 in the last week. So this is as of June 4th of 2026. There was 161 people that joined the channel. And then in the 28 days, that's 399. And then in the last 90 days, 964. So in 3 months, we're close to 1,000 people. And then in the last 365 days, so since June 5th of last year, that's 3,062 people. Like, what? Excusez-moi. Like, how does that happen? So let's see, in June so far, 147 people. Like, that is just out of this world to me. In May, we got 317 subscribers. And then in April, 294, so not bad. In 2025, we gained 2,156 people, so that's close to my 2,000 number. In 2026, we are halfway through. We're at 1,420 people. Again, wild. So let's just say that we end up, because it's the halfway point of the year, let's just say that we stay consistent and we double up. That is close to 3,000 subscribers in a year, which would be 900 more than we got last year. It's just, the analytics of all of this is so much fun. Like, I swear to God, if you are a data person, you could start a YouTube channel simply so that you could watch your analytics and read them. Because, like, I can do the same thing for views. So in the last 7 days, we got 10,840 views, which again is wackadoo to me. Like, that just seems like so much. last 90 days, almost 100,000 views, 97,714. And then in the last 365 days, 297,100 views. Like, holy, like, it blows my mind. So yeah, sorry, I don't know why I'm going on an analytics tangent, but so far in, all of 2025, 198,501 views for that whole calendar year, January 1st to December 31st. For 2026, we are already at 152,254 views. So already we are, we're on track to outpace the views on the channel that we got in all of last year. We could probably get to it by the end of the summer, which is just like, what? It's like I hope it's not gauche to talk about this, because I'm truly not trying to boast. I just find it so interesting, and the other thing is I find it so encouraging, because something that I have put a lot of time and effort into has actually materially helped people. Like, I've been absolute crap at responding to comments lately, which just kills me, but I read all of them. I check comments daily, but the sheer amount of positivity, the sheer amount of kindness and love that gets poured into something that I pour a lot into is just so encouraging. It makes me so happy. It fills my cup, and then to then have people tell me that I fill their cup, it's like, how did I do this? How did this one little urge that I got in November of 2023 turn into, I would say, in the top 3 most positive things that have happened to me in the last few years? Like, my career is one, this channel is another one. It's just, yeah. It makes me so happy. You all make me so happy. That's the other thing, is there's so many regulars, there's so many of you that comment on basically every single video, and that's just thank you. It's so huge. And then you also are all here for it when I post 3 hours of me just walking around and doing random stuff in my backyard, and then me telling you in depth about it. I get to info dump at you all about plants. What is my life? That is a dream. Talking about plants to people, filming myself potting my planters, and then getting to talk about it to an audience of people who tell me that it sounds good. It's huh? It's just I don't know. You all are so additive to my life. And as far as I've heard, I don't want to get a big head about it, but as far as people have told me, I have managed to be additive to at least some people's lives, which is just, that just makes me so happy. It brings a big smile to my face, because that is one of my goals in life, is to try to be additive in other people's lives. Does that lead to a lot of people pleasing? Absolutely, and that's something I need to work on, but it makes me happy, because this, at least, is such a healthy way to people please, because it's so much fun. I don't think you know or understand until you've done it how satisfying it is to film and record ASMR, because especially if you have headphones on in the process of it, because A, it sounds super satisfying, B, I can make this whatever I want it to be. Whatever I want to put out into the world, I have full creative control over it. And I can also be a space for trans people to come to, and gay people to come to, and queer people in general to come to, and students who are going through it, and people who are going through stressful times, and people who are going through happy it was like the sort of kick in the pants that I needed to say, hey, just be consistent with this. And it was a small enough channel at the time that it was like, well, if this doesn't go anywhere, that is perfectly okay. You tried. And now that I've tried, it's like, oh my god, there's 6,000 people who enjoy what I put out enough that they're willing to come back and get notifications about the stuff that I put out, which is like, what? Thank you. I guess that's kind of the moral of this whole rant, this like 15 minutes worth of ranting that I've done. Is just like, thank you. Because you all fill my cup so much. Which I've said like 3 times now, but whatever, I'm just rambling. I do that a lot when I ramble. To kind of go back to what you're seeing on the screen, I think there's about to be like a little jump in the recording. Let's see here. Yeah, there was a break in it, and I'm practically at the end of this planter. I've got the pansy in there, I've got the straw flower in there. Really, it's just a couple more little, I think I end up putting in a second portulaca with the white flower, and then the other gomphrena in here, and then of course the angel wings senecio. You can also see it's officially bug season, and this was the day that I figured out that it was bug season. Luckily, very few bites, but I think mosquitoes, actually, I'm not going to tempt fate by saying that there's more or less than there have been in years past, but it was not a terrible day on this day, and I haven't had a lot of terrible bug days yet this year. Very much yet, because we have a lot of potential for that. Kind of where I live in a community that's a lot closer to a lot of lakes and like wilderness, so there is certainly a high potential for bugs. But the nice thing is that in our neighborhood, nobody has a pond or anything like that in their back or front yard. I used to live in a neighborhood where there was this guy who had an oversized lot for some reason. I'm not sure why he managed to get that, but I think it was just like a zoning weirdness. And what they ended up doing is they ended up doing like a quite large pond in their backyard, and they would drain it every single year. I don't know, knowing the maintenance that a yard that is like what we've done here, the maintenance that it takes, and it's tiny compared to this guy's, like he wasn't a neighbor, he lived like a street down. What is that? Oh, there's a plane going by, my god. I thought the thunder and the lightning were back or something like that, but yeah, this guy with the pond, he wasn't like a direct neighbor. He was like a couple of, like, I think he was a couple of streets over, or no, was he in the, yeah, because that lot backed onto, anyway, sorry, I'm like, this actually doesn't matter, but he lived close enough to us that this was an issue. But the pond that he had was like a good size. Like, if his backyard area was about, I would say, comfortably triple the size of this one that we have, I would say maybe quadruple even. I feel like comfortable to say that. The pond was quite large. It was about the size of the area that we have covered by concrete in our backyard. Here, right now, like in the backyard that I'm filming in. And they had a couple of years where the mosquitoes laid eggs in their pond after they filled it up. There was no amount of citronella that was protecting us. We couldn't sit outside in our backyards, and finally, I think somebody ended up complaining, and we didn't say anything, but was. It was like bug invasion. I don't know. Maybe I'm being dramatic. Maybe I'm not. But it was not pleasant. That's the other thing. Like, I could not imagine the maintenance on a full pond in your backyard, and they had like it was a very nice yard from what we could see. And yeah, I think some people just have too much time on their hands, or maybe they had enough money that they were able to pay for somebody to help like take care of or something like that. Because like I said, this lawn, it takes us about like I'd say like 3 weekends worth of work to get ourselves back to the point where we're able to like enjoy it. Now that also, like, we also have the metal bugs. We get our deck set up, we take out the patio furniture, we do all this like planting, and then like we clean off the deck. Like we definitely do a lot to maintain it. We might go overboard, but I think the thing with like a backyard like this, at least this is what my mom has kind of a value that she's given me, is that if you take care of it, you don't have to do a big overhaul. Like, maybe if you don't do the maintenance, you get 3 years of just like not having to do much and just getting to enjoy it right out of the gate. But then then things start going wrong. Then you need to do like a big staining the fence project where you need to sand down boards and things like that. Or like the rocks, you have to do like a big clean out of the rocks. Or like fixing up the concrete, or like taking out boards on your deck and replacing them, like, you know. So you kind of take those 2 weekends, 2 or 3 weekends at the beginning of the year, so that you don't have to have like a nightmare summer where you're just like redoing things, because you weren't doing maintenance on them, which I think is a very smart way to do it. And there's like a lot of things in life that are like that. Like, if you take care of them, they actually don't become a problem and they last longer. I think cars are like that too, probably. And you know, like, am I a big procrastinator? Yes. Would I be staining the fence every 2 years if it weren't for Mom? Likely not. But she's like instilled that value in me for like home care and things like that. Like, you take care of what you've got, so that it takes care of you, kind of. That is kind of the, I guess, mindset that she is of. And it's, I don't know, I like it must be a cliche. Well, I know it's a cliche, but like, I am one of those gay guys whose hero is his mother, and I'll never apologize for that. But like, she has taught me so many incredible lessons in a very short amount of time. Not a really, I mean, 27 years is not a very short amount of time, but it feels like it, you know, sometimes. She's just great. 10 out of 10 would recommend her. She's got a good review on Yelp, from me at least. So kind of to get back to what I'm doing here in the video, the Senecio is in the dirt. I think, oh, you can hear my tummy growls. Oh dear, I am getting hungry. But you can see I've got the Senecio in the dirt, and this was the point in time where I had work the next day after this planting. Which, like, did I choose the best day to plant it? No. But was I excited to plant it? Absolutely yes. I was like to the point where I started working a lot quicker to try to fast track or to be done with it. I didn't rush, but I kind of started to like really buckle down and do what I do best, you know, to get this thing planted, because it is, I think, one of the most gorgeous planters I've ever made. I know I've said that about like literally every single one that you've seen on camera in this video. This one though, I think the color story of it is just so unique. I don't think I've ever done anything that quite looks like this, which makes me so happy. Because like, sometimes I worry in years past that my planters don't look unique enough, and this one have not had that thought at all. I am so happy with how this one turned out. It looks so good. I like how, like, the smaller dark purple slash black colors are on the one side with the big Senecio, the white angel wings looking one, and then how the smaller white flowers are on the other side with the large dark coleus. I think that's I'm really happy that I moved that coleus into kind of like not the center but closer to the center, because it makes it again like the balance there, and then it also makes that kind of like not really like a yin and yang thing, but the kind of the way that I've planned out the colors, it just makes it kind of click in a way. And this little vine too, I'm excited to see what it does because I've never seen it. They only had one and it was on sale for $3. I was like, do I get this thing? And then I was like, well, why not? It's a little experiment. I might as well try. And I think, is this the one where the dirt just like crumbles completely away? That's sometimes what happens. You take a pot, you depot one of your plants, take it out of the nursery pot, and then it just crumbles like a cheap cookie. I don't know, that's not a metaphor, but like it's just it just like all of the dirt that it was potted in just crumbles right in front of your eyes, and you're like, oh my god. You start to worry that you're not like holding it properly. And I think this is the one that did it to me. I think I was filming when that happened. I don't know. Now that I'm thinking, I can't remember. This project has also taken like enough time that I'm starting to like forget exactly, like, of course I film I record the voice recording and I watch the video, but then it's like, now recording the voice recording has happened long enough ago that I'm like, wait, what happened? Early on in the video. I should have just concentrated this. I also shouldn't have made this video as long as it is. I'm happy that it's as long as it is, but like part of me is like, I hope I'm not telling you the same exact things over and over again, which I think I have avoided thus far, hopefully. Or maybe I'm just seeing like how much chatter I can manage before it starts to break down. Like like I'm doing a grand experiment on myself to see like how much can he ramble. This is for science, actually. You don't know that, but we're actually testing how far it's like one of those epic, like, today we shall put to the test how far the human animal can go. But instead of how far I can go, it's like how much I can talk. If you're looking on the screen, at some point you see, I hope everything is synced up, it should be, but you can see that I've got this vine that's being depotted. It just kind of like crumbled completely. I hate it when plants do that. It's like, it's not the worst thing ever, but it was just like, oh my god. I think I mentioned it earlier that one of my plants was going to completely crumble, and this was the one, in addition to I think maybe another one from earlier. But it actually went in really well. I honestly, so much easier to plant because then I'm not like shoving them up against the extremes of the pot like I had to do with this Senecio here. It's not a huge deal, but it's also something that I was thinking as I was depotting more, like as I planted more and more of these planters, I was thinking, oh god, next year I should try to clear away as much of the original dirt as I possibly can to see if that does anything to help with the planters or like the growth or how big they get or their potential. It might not, but a boy can dream. Just what you see here is me figuring out that I can put in this last Comfrena, and I think, do I put in another Portulaca? I must. I don't see a world in which I wouldn't have, because then Mom used up the rest of them. Yeah. My mom also, she did just a couple of pansies. Also, I think I called those black flowers pansies earlier. They are petunias, but my mom planted a ton of pansies this year into some pots, and they were so, like, they're such pretty little planters. My mom does a really good job of making, like, those classic types of planters, like, old-fashioned is not the right word for it, but like, you know, when you go to, I mean, Home Depot is a bad example, but you know when you go to a garden center and there's like a really nice, perfect color mix planter that's pre-made there. My mom does an exquisite job of those, where she just like, she gathers some pansies and petunias, you know, like your mainstays, your classics, and she just like, she can, oh, she's a genius. Now you know where I get it from. I'm joking, but she's, I'm just in awe of her, obviously, because she is an awe-inspiring person, but I love her planters this year. I don't think that you get to see them in the background. No, you don't, because they weren't made at this point, because Mom made them quite late. Did Mom make them in June? No, I think she made them on May 31st. Anyway, whatever, it actually doesn't matter. They've been out back for about, for a couple weeks now by the time that I'm recording this, which is Thursday, June 11th. Yes, it's been a very long time since I started this whole project. I'm not like complaining about it, but I'm just like, this is easily the longest I've ever taken to do something like this, and it has consumed a lot of my ASMR time. Don't know if I'm going to do something like this again, or if I do, I might approach it in a different way. We'll see, but once again, I love making stuff like this. I think, despite the fact that it is about twice the work of the usual video, I really like doing this kind of thing. I don't know what specifically is so attractive about it to me, because it's just pure whispering and me doing something unrelated on the screen, but I think there's something just naturally, to me, entrancing about voiceover content. If you've ever listened to ASMR Yadi, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I would say she is the undisputed queen for me of voiceover ASMR, right after the Welsh Lady ASMR. Both of them do such amazing voiceover content, and they manage this year. There is a little bit more video to go where I plant some seeds, but that's my planters. You've seen most of them. You've seen me plant probably about half of them. You've been along on the ride with me. You see I'm just finishing them up, adding in a little bit more dirt, dumping some in so you can kind of like shore up the plants that are in there, and that was my big I'm done head nod as my creaky old knees, just kidding, they're actually feeling fine. It's always just funny when I'm doing the planter project, it's like my knees are just screaming at me for a little bit each day. You can see though that I am finishing things up. It's literally just cleanup, and I think I start the cleanup, but then I do turn off the camera because I didn't want my phone to overheat. Because one thing about the iPhone 16 is that it will overheat. So I think I end up turning it off here in about like 20-ish, maybe 30 seconds. And in that amount of time, about, you will see me transition to the final clip, the final half hour of this video. So let's get to it. I say that like it's this big transition, but literally it's just a couple of seconds. That's always whenever I do clips of ASMR, like sometimes when I'm doing Trigger Word Tuesdays in multiple parts to make it easier for myself to like film like timing wise, or this video, I always feel a need to be like, okay, it's in the next clip, but literally it looks like no time at all has passed for you. Sometimes time has passed for me in between these clips, but very often, well, all the time for you, it's just a couple of seconds that have passed. I have to come up with a better way to address it. Just to kind of introduce what's going on here, this one is a lot more filler, and just kind of like doing random stuff outside. I have the clip though is a little bit of a process. They also are supposedly very susceptible to disease, so what I have to do is I have to sterilize my clippers. So I take a lighter and I burn my clippers, like the blades of them, and then what I have to do is I have to prune it while it sits like on a rag or something like that, so the sticky sap that's inside of it doesn't get it on the floor or on my hands, because I don't want anything to get irritated or sticky or tacky or whatever. Anyway, then what you can do to propagate these is you can either propagate them dry, which is the method that I tried, which was the method that I could find, and let the sort of where it was cut callus over. And what I had read is that you can just plant that in dirt and eventually the roots will grow and it'll start growing, which has happened, to be fair. But what I realized is that process is very slow, and I wanted to try to speed up the process a little bit. So I thought, why not try to get them to root a little bit quicker? So I put them in this pickle jar, and they started to root like a good 4 months ago. I started to notice they were rooting in like February, and I ended up putting them on a shelving unit because I thought that would help remind me to plant them, and it didn't. I forgot about them until now. Again, I need pills. But they had rooted, and so I thought, okay, why not just plant them and see what happens, see if these move at a quicker pace than the other ones. So that's what I was doing there, and this year I'm doing seeds again. I skipped doing seeds last year because a lot of my seeds, they just don't pan out, really. They just don't end up doing what I want them to do. They don't grow, they don't get as vigorous as they can. And a lot of that, oh my goodness. And a lot of that is down to the seeds are so low on my priority list that I kind of forget about them. That's not being nice to my seeds, but it's the truth. So this year I thought I would try them, and I thought I would put them in this old thing. I think it had bath bombs in it or something. It was like a Costco set, I think, that my grandma got, and then we ended up with some of them. And I thought, I'm just gonna plant the seeds, put them outside so that I water them each time I water the plants in the planters, and just see what happens. No expectations or low expectations. I have found lately that goal setting for me has had to necessitate that I set, again, not low expectations for myself, but what's a good word for it? Realistic expectations for myself, or trying to tailor a little bit more of my life to the way that I think and the way that I operate. So for example, in years past when I've done seeds, I've put the seeds into a dedicated seed starting trays, like those biodegradable ones. And so I put them in there, and I would water them, and then because they do well with humidity, so then I would put them in these containers, and I didn't have anywhere to put them, so then I put them kind of out of the way in the spare bedroom, and then I forgot about them, and I was trying too hard. I am trying to idiot-proof this process for myself this year, where I've put them in this plastic tray, and that is just how they are going to be, and if they survive, they survive, and if they don't, they don't. I am going to be able to water them a lot more consistently because they are in plain sight, and I'm not going to try to control the humidity. I'm not going to try to control anything. I'm just going to leave them outside and I've impressed myself consistently. And then same thing with like smaller things, like my mom and I say each month of this summer we're going to try to take 10 walks. And if we don't achieve that, that is okay, but that is something that's totally doable. It's not like I'm saying that we're going to do this many bike rides and we're going to go here and we're going to go there, because again, that just sets up for disappointment. I am just setting this realistic goal in order to feel like we're accomplishing something, you know? Maybe I'm setting too low of a goal for myself, but so far, I am very impressed with our walk taking progress, and it makes it just like this fun little thing. I write it down on like a thin little piece of paper from a notepad, and I stick it on the fridge, and like there's one that says go to the botanical gardens that are in the nearby city, visit 5 different cafes with my grandma. We got her this like little cafe pass thing for the city, and she's like having such a blast taking us around and visiting cafes. You know, we basically just gave her the gift of us, which I think for any grandma is a dream gift. She loves spending time with us. So, in my mind, I feel kind of bad because it's like, well, it's kind of a selfish gift to give someone, but in truth, we're giving her, like, it's got 40 cafes on it, so we are giving her, hopefully, over the course of 2026, 40 visits with us. Which just makes me happy. So, every month the goal is 5 of these cafe pass places, and we've so far, I think, hit every goal, or every cafe in that goal. I set chore goals too, like putting up the metal bugs and cleaning out the garage, or cleaning off the garage floor. We've already finished the staining the fence one. Burning the tree is another one, but we need the orchard ladder from my uncle, so that one's kind of a big sort of early summer goal for us. Washing the windows is probably going to be up next too, because the windows at the front of our house are filthy. This is because my mom, so the way that the front of our house works is that the garage is directly underneath the front window, and so there is of course a roof in front of the front window, which makes it incredibly difficult to reach the giant squeegee pole that we have up to the front windows, the front bedroom window, which is my mom's bedroom. So for the past 5 years, no joke, I've told Mom, I've been like, I can go stand out on the roof of the garage and wash the windows quickly. It's 3 windows. 4 if you count the one that's off to the side, which if I'm up there I might as well, you know. And then her bathroom window, which again would be easy. She's so far refused. But this year, finally I have convinced her, because we had a lot of poplar fuzz blow through, and poplar fuzz season usually comes in like the windy season, of course, because it blows in from the country, or at least more country than where I live, and it blows in, and it just ruins everybody's noses for a couple of days. But we had poplar fuzz for 2 days, and then it rained for over it was wild, for like 72 hours straight, for sure 48 hours straight, but very close to 72. It was over 48 hours straight. It was probably the most rain, or the longest rain I should say, I've seen in maybe my entire life. I don't know, I can't think of another time where we've had that much consistent rain. It's not like it was pounding the entire time, but it was raining. Like, it was actively raining for that amount of time, which was just like, I don't know, it, like, at some point it was like, is this like fucking biblical? What's going on? But all that rain places where it hasn't been able to blow away yet. One of these places is on my mom's windows. So finally I've been able to convince her to let me go out on the roof. A roof which is only about a 10-foot drop to the ground. Obviously, not ideal if I fall. I'm not going to fall, is the first thing. But if I do, it's not going to be fatal. Not the best way to look at it, but she's going to be spotting me. There's going to be somebody on the driveway to watch me. It will be fine. So that's on my little goal-setting sheet. And we need to add a couple more things to the June one still. But we're trying, and that is kind of become how I view goal setting. It's these tiny little goals, and a goal for me is most effective when it makes me feel accomplished. So setting massive, far-reaching goals is kind of wackadoodle. I'll never feel the motivation to do it, ever. So if I set a more attainable goal, then I get that little dopamine hit of having accomplished something, and then it also doesn't feel like, I don't do anything with my life, I get to feel like I am a true adult who is working towards completing tasks and all that kind of stuff. Maybe flawed logic, but I don't really care. It's been working really well though. And these seeds, okay, speaking of these seeds, so I put the dirt mix in. Yes, I did use a little bit of that Miracle Grow. I'm still trying to get rid of it. But I have just planted these in, and these are a bee garden mix. But one of my older bee garden mixes, I found these in the basement, this little white cardboard tray thing with a bunch of plant tags in it, and then also a bunch of old seed packets. Some of them were empty, so I just chucked them. I think I kept them in order to remind myself to get those seeds again, but you know what, I'm just gonna find a packet every year and just do this exact thing, pretty much find some sort of tray, or if I can reuse this thing at the end of the season, I definitely will, and just plant seeds outside and just see what happens with them, because I find it interesting. I truly do find the process of growing something from a seed very interesting. The reason why I know what that's like is because, if you remember, in the fall of last year, I was kind of growing my own sod thing. Not actually growing my own sod, but I had this bee lawn mix of seeds that I had gotten, and it had clover and hemophilia and a couple of other things in it, and I thought that would be cool. So my experiment was taking a couple of sheep pan trays that my grandma had left for why did she bring them over? Oh, maybe I asked for them. That's probably why. That would be the logical reason. And I planted this bee garden, or this bee lawn soil mix. It has grass seed, like I said, clover, hemophilia, a couple of other plants, and I planted it kind of off to the side in one spot on the lawn just to see what it does, to see if it comes back. And it is slow to come back, but I'm wondering if I can do something to kind of improve its ability to come back. So, well, I guess in that case, then I did do seeds last year, but those went so well because you basically just, all I had to do was water it a few times and it would start growing. The moisture retention on it was crazy. It was great, and I think it's just I don't know if it's something that I would do all the time, or rip up the lawn in favor of a bee lawn. I would like to, obviously, but I don't know if it's viable because it came back so late this season, or this year, late compared to when the grass comes in, and it's well, the grass isn't great for biodiversity, but I don't want to just rip out all the grass in favor of a clover, or I should say of a bee lawn, and not have it do anything, So I was kind of just maybe this is a fun little experiment, and so far it has been a fun experiment said, I've been able to like see them come back, and now that little area is growing a little bit thicker with clover, and it actually looks really cute. I do end up doing something with that later in this specific clip, kind of after I'm finished planting all of these seeds into the ground. Sorry, I keep shifting my weight because I've been sitting here for about, let's see, 32 minutes. I don't want my back to hurt in the morning, so I'm just gonna like shift around. Hopefully it is not too sonically unpleasant. What I have done though is recently I have applied for a couple of summer jobs. Not that my job isn't fulfilling, but there was something so cool that came up. First of all, sorry, oh my god, hopefully I don't keep that in. I don't think you heard any, I just cleared my throat. I think it's fine. But, I applied for 2 jobs that I think would be super fun to just try out over the summer. One, some of the summer courses at the university in the nearby city, some of their nursing faculties, nursing classes need patient actors, which I think I would be so good at. So I'm going to apply for that. While I've been in the process of applying for that, I've been writing my resume and things like that, and gathering a couple of references, a couple of good references to, I guess, testify to my acting ability. And then also the gay bar in the city that I live close to, they are hiring a bar back. So somebody who moves stuff around, keeps the bar stocked, all that kind of stuff. So I'm kind of excited to see if that pans out, just to see if it's like something fun. Then also I would finally be able to talk about work on here. Which, who knows how explicit that would get, being a bar back at a gay bar, and then a patient actor for a nursing program. But at least I would be able to talk about it, you know. I think that would be so cute to just try over the summer, you know, because both of them have advertised that they're going to be maybe a little bit intermittent. They're not going to be consistent hours, which works for me because in addition to the job that I'm doing right now, which has gotten a little bit less busy, and I think I can foresee it getting a little bit less busy even still. I don't know, obviously. I guess I can always quit being a patient actor or bar back, you know. But I thought it would be kind of like a fun little thing to try out. I don't know if getting funky with my employment is smart when I'm trying to get my career off the ground, but you know what? I'm having fun. Or I'm going to be having fun, because I'm going to get at least one of those jobs. Or maybe I'll be able to choose between the 2. Maybe it'll be a Sophie's choice. Do I continue on with, like maybe I get callbacks from both of the positions, and I'm like, oh, who knows, to be a patient actor, or to be a bar worker. My life is so difficult. My choices are many, and it's so difficult to make one. That is something that I find, though. I do find that it is difficult for me to make choices. I am a very indecisive boy. Not that I don't like making decisions or making choices, it's just that, like, when there are 2 options in front of me, I will agonize over them. Yet, weirdly enough, when there is, like, a crisis going on in my life, I am one of the calmest, most focused people that you'll ever meet. It could be, like, literally, honestly, it could be the breakdown of my family, and I'm, like, locked into it. Everything's great. I know exactly what I need to do. I'm very lucid. I'm very focused. But if somebody asks me what we want to have for dinner, it's like, oh my god. I start, like, not panicking, but it feels like, holy shit, they're gonna hate me if I choose something that they don't like, and then they're never gonna talk to me, or maybe then they don't want to hang out with me, or if it's my mom, it's like, maybe she thinks I'm just this basket case, how could she raise me? You know, I think just the fun things that an neurodivergent mind can do, you actually do see on that voiceover recording on it as we kind of like wrap it up here. And I'm just really happy. I hope you like my plants. I hope you like how they've turned out. And I hope that you just liked the relaxation here. I hope I could give you like maybe a little bit of companionship as well through this video, because it's truly one of these projects that I am so proud of. It's like the layered ASMR project. I am so happy that I did it. Oh, here's the weird thing. So I end up trying to pick you up. So you're coming with me, and then you fall. And then you fall on my chest. Which eventually does get fixed. I thought to edit this out, but I didn't have to. Look, you are so snug where you are, and you get a nice view of my street and of the big tree in the background that's in the front yard that is super huge. And you also get to see maybe like a view of, so that patch of grass that's a little bit sparse there right by the fence, that's where I'm putting in some of this turf stuff. So I'm just sprinkling it over there, and then it ends up getting rained on, so it ends up getting water, so that's very nice. Anyway, like I said, I hope you have enjoyed this mega project, M's Quiet Corner. If you are here at whatever hour this is, whatever timestamp this is, I still am not sure. I'm gonna hazard a guess to say that this is close to the 4-hour mark anyway. I know that you like these videos, so I hope that you have enjoyed it. This is me. I think I've directly addressed you before in the video, but like I said, I'm starting to forget what I've said in previous voiceovers, which is just awful. But I hope that you all have enjoyed this video. I hope that you fell asleep to it, or studied to it, or did housework to it, or just plainly relaxed to it, to me working my little butt off in my yard and planting things. Oh, you can even see my pride flag out in the front of the lawn. Yay! We're gonna get a bigger pride flag this year, which I'm so excited for. Yeah. Thank you for being here with me. Once again, I think I've said this a million times. I hope you liked it. I certainly like doing this. This was a lot of fun. It was a lot of work. It was very time consuming, but it was a lot of fun. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that this project has taken a month from front to back to try to complete. Obviously, there's going to be like another day of editing for me to do, so if that gets closer to the month, it's probably about 3 weeks for sure, maybe 3.5.